Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The heavens wept fire on the night the scepter shattered. 7 blazing comets tore across the star-strewn canvas of Moria's sky, each bearing away a fragment of what had once been the most powerful artifact in the known realms. Below, in the ruined amphitheater of Astralis, 2 bodies lay motionless amid the devastation. The legendary mages whose duel had sundered not just the scepter of Etherion, but the very fabric of reality itself. 15 years had passed since that cataclysmic night, and the world had slowly begun to forget. But in the depths of the obsidian prison, where shadows had substance and light was but a distant memory, one man had never forgotten. Lysander Thorn pressed his forehead against the cold stone wall of his cell, fingers tracing invisible patterns as he focused on the familiar, distant pull, like a whisper heard from leagues away. Somewhere beyond these walls, a fragment called to him, as it had every night since the scepter's destruction. "Rise, Thorn, your sentence has been adjusted." The voice jolted Lysander from his trance. A tall figure stood beyond the iron bars, cloaked in midnight blue, his face partially concealed by an ornate silver half-mask that caught the meager torchlight. Behind him stood 4 guards bearing the insignia of House Caelius, a constellation of 7 stars arranged in the shape of a key. "Lord Caelius himself," Lysander said, his voice rough from disuse. "To what do I owe this exceptional honor?" "To your exceptional talent," replied Lord Caelius, his visible eye studying Lysander with unsettling intensity. "Your ability to sense the fragments of Etherion is unique." "I require it?" Lysander laughed bitterly. So the rumors were true. The great houses are hunting the fragments. Not just the houses, Caelius gestured, and the guards unlocked the cell. The Order of the Black Flame has already secured 2 fragments. If they obtain the remaining 5 before the astral convergence. He left the sentence unfinished, but the implication hung heavy in the stale prison air. 3 days later, Lysander found himself standing at the edge of the floating islands of Avalon, watching dawn break across an impossible landscape of earth and stone, suspended in mid-air, connected by bridges of twisted vines and ancient magic. Beside him stood his unlikely companions, Nymeria Moonshadow, an elven assassin whose silver eyes revealed nothing of the thoughts behind them, and Orin Ironheart, a dwarven sage whose beard was braided with tiny scrolls containing fragments of forgotten lore. "I still don't understand why you agreed to help me," Lysander said to Nymeria as they prepared to cross the first bridge. The elf's hand instinctively moved to the curved dagger at her hip. "The Order of the Black Flame destroyed my homeland. Vengeance requires no further explanation. And you, Master Ironheart." Lysander turned to the dwarf, who was adjusting a complex arrangement of brass lenses and crystals, a device of his own invention that he called a resonance locator. "The scepter of Etherion was never meant to be a weapon," Orin replied, his voice as deep and solid as the mountains from which his people hailed. "It was created by Thaddeus the Illuminator, your ancestor, though you may not know it, as a key, not a cudgel. The world has forgotten its true purpose, but the stars remember, and soon they will align." The first fragment awaited them in the heart of the Cloudweaver's temple, guarded by creatures born of storm and sky. As Lysander's fingers closed around the glittering shard, visions flooded his mind. Flashes of a towering obsidian archway carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change even as he beheld them, and beyond it, something vast and ancient that should never be permitted to enter this world. When he regained consciousness, Nymeria was kneeling beside him, concern briefly displacing her usual stoic expression. "What did you see?" she asked. "The end," Lysander whispered, "and perhaps the beginning." The second fragment led them deep into the petrified forest, where trees of stone stood in eternal silence, their branches reaching toward a sky they would never touch again. Here, they encountered their first agents of the Order, black-robed figures with eyes that burned within a flame. The skirmish was brief but brutal, and afterward, as Orin tended to Nymeria's wounds, Lysander studied the second fragment joined to the first, feeling the power that hummed between them like a half-remembered melody. "The fragments recognize each other," he murmured. "They want to be whole again." "As do we all," said Orin, his weathered hands gentle as they applied a poultice to Nymeria's shoulder. "Wholeness is the natural state of things. What is broken yearns to be mended." Their journey took them next to the sunken library of Nith-Kadar, where knowledge too dangerous for the surface world was preserved in chambers accessible only to those who could breathe water. The magical gill potions Orin prepared tasted of salt and regret, but they served their purpose, allowing the companions to swim through ancient corridors lined with tomes bound in materials unknown to modern scholars. The third fragment pulsed with blue light at the center of a chamber, dominated by a detailed mosaic of the night sky. As Lysander added it to the others, the vision came again, stronger this time. He saw the portal fully formed, felt the pressure of what waited beyond, pushing against the thinning veil between worlds, and he saw himself standing before it, the reconstructed scepter raised in defiance against forces that predated the very concept of time. 3 fragments, Nymeria counted as they emerged, dripping from the submerged ruins, halfway there. "And 2 already in the possession of the Order," Orin reminded them. "Our path grows more perilous with each passing day." They traveled east, toward the Crimson Steppes, where the 4th fragment was said to have fallen. Reports of increased Order activity in the region hastened their pace. The nights grew colder, and during one particularly bitter evening, huddled around a meager fire, Lysander finally asked the question that had lingered in his mind since their first meeting. "What's your true purpose in this quest, Nymeria? Vengeance doesn't explain the way you study the fragments when you think no one is watching." The elf was silent for so long that Lysander thought she might not answer. When she finally spoke, her voice carried an edge of ancient grief. "My people were the original guardians of the portal. We failed in our duty once. I will not allow it to happen again." She met his gaze directly. "And you? Do you seek power, thief, or merely freedom from Lord Caelius's leash?" "I seek understanding," Lysander replied honestly. "These visions, they're not just showing me what might happen. They're showing me who I am, who I was always meant to be." The 4th and 5th fragments came to them through blood and sacrifice. In the shadow of the Witchfire Mountains, they battled cultists of the Order who had enslaved an entire mining town in their search for the scepter's remnants. And in the mist-shrouded Valley of Whispers, they forged an uneasy alliance with a clan of shapeshifters who demanded a life oath in exchange for the fragment they had protected for generations. With each new addition, the scepter's form became more distinct, and Lysander's visions more detailed. He began to recognize faces in the swirling chaos, his own, but also older visages that stirred something deep in his blood. ancestors, he realized. The line of guardians stretching back to Thaddeus himself. The sixth fragment awaited them in the most unlikely of places, the grand market of Luminara, disguised as a common trinket in a merchant's stall. As Lysander's fingers closed around it, a dozen Order assassins emerged from the crowd, blades gleaming with enchanted venom. What followed was a desperate chase through narrow streets and over rooftops, ending at the edge of a cliff overlooking the sapphire sea. Cornered, with Orin wounded and Nymeria's quiver empty, Lysander made a desperate gamble. He joined the sixth fragment to the others and channeled the scepter's growing power as instinct, or perhaps ancestral memory, guided him. The resulting blast of pure arcane energy tore through their pursuers, but also through the cliff itself. As the ground crumbled beneath them, Lysander caught glimpses of stars where there should have been daylight, heard whispers in a language too ancient for comprehension. When the chaos subsided, they found themselves on a beach miles away, the partially reconstructed scepter thrumming with barely contained power in Lysander's hands. With the final fragment, Orin said weakly, his wound leaving him pale but determined, it lies within the citadel of stars itself, the headquarters of the Order. Then that is where we must go, Nymeria stated, helping the dwarf to his feet. The convergence is only days away now. The journey to the citadel was a blur of exhaustion and determination. They traveled through secret paths known only to Nymeria's people, across landscapes that defied natural law, ever aware of the dwindling time. The stars above seemed to watch their progress, shifting subtly night by night into the fateful alignment that would weaken the barriers between worlds. The citadel rose before them at last, a towering structure of black glass and twisted metal that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the light around it. At its heart, Lysander could sense the final fragment calling to him, pulling at his very soul. What awaited them within those forbidding walls was not merely the servants of the Order, but its master, Lord Caelius himself, his silver mask discarded to reveal a face half consumed by otherworldly flame. Did you truly believe I would release the one person who could thwart my plans without ensuring I could control the outcome? Caelius laughed, as Lysander's companions were restrained by guards bearing the very insignia that had escorted him from prison weeks before. The Order of the Black Flame has waited centuries for this convergence, for this chance to release our true masters from their cosmic prison. The scepter was never meant to grant power, Lysander said, understanding flooding him as the incomplete artifact in his hands pulsed in proximity to its final piece. It was meant to seal away power too great for our world to contain. Power that rightfully belongs to those who dare to claim it, Caelius countered, revealing the final fragment embedded in a staff of his own. Your ancestor was a coward who feared true greatness. You need not share his fate. The choice before Lysander was no choice at all. As Caelius began the ritual to open the portal, using the power of the final fragment, Lysander felt the weight of generations upon his shoulders. With a silent prayer to ancestors he had never known he possessed, he charged forward, the incomplete scepter raised high. The clash of fragment against fragment sent shockwaves through the citadel. In that moment of chaos, Nymeria broke free, her hidden blade finding the throat of her captor. Orin, too, seized his chance, activating a device that filled the chamber with blinding light. What followed was a battle not just of steel and spell, but of will. Lysander's determination against Caelius's ambition, the scepter's true purpose against its perversion. And when it ended, when the 7 fragments finally reunited in Lysander's grasp, the completed scepter of Etherion shone with the light of 1,000 stars. The portal had begun to open despite their efforts, a tear in reality through which glimpses of writhing chaos and ancient malevolence could be seen. With the scepter whole again, Lysander stepped forward, the knowledge of generations flowing through him. The words he spoke were not his own, but belonged to all who had come before, a sealing incantation in a language older than humanity itself. As the portal closed and the convergence passed, Lysander understood at last what the visions had been preparing him for. Not an ending, but a beginning, the start of a new age of guardianship, with the scepter no longer a fragmented legend, but a whole truth, and himself no longer a thief, but a protector of worlds. The heavens blazed with silent approval as he lowered the scepter, its purpose fulfilled once more, its power contained until needed again. Beside him stood not just companions, but friends who had become something more, fellow guardians of a secret the world would never fully comprehend. "What now?" Nymeria asked, her silver eyes reflecting starlight. Lysander looked up at the vast expanse above, where countless worlds hung in the delicate balance he was now sworn to maintain. "Now," he said softly, "we begin." Story 2. Blood soaked the marble floors of Erindor's great hall, gleaming like spilled rubies in the flickering torchlight. The night of bloody daggers had earned its name well. Bodies lay strewn across the chamber where, only hours before, nobility had danced and laughed beneath crystal chandeliers. Now those same chandeliers cast grotesque shadows over the slaughter, a macabre tableau of betrayal frozen in the stillness of death. Among the fallen, a single figure stirred. Captain Isolde Morrigan of the Royal Guard pressed her palm against the wound in her side, her silver armor stained crimson. She had failed in the most profound way a guardian could fail. King Alaric, Queen Elora, the young princes, all dead. The royal line of Erindor, keepers of the realm for 1,000 years, extinguished in a single night of treachery. Or so she believed, until she heard it. A sound so faint it might have been imagination. A newborn's cry, quickly muffled. Isolde dragged herself toward the sound, leaving a trail of blood across the polished floor. Behind a concealed panel in the royal chamber's wall, she found Maren, the queen's handmaid, clutching a swaddled infant to her chest. Prince Rowan, the king's youngest son, born just 3 days prior. "They think him dead," Maren whispered, her eyes wide with terror. "I switched him with a stillborn from the village before they came. They must never know he lives." Isolde's vision blurred as she reached for the child. Her oath to protect the royal family echoed in her mind, an oath she had failed to keep this night. But here, cradled in loyal hands, was a second chance, a flicker of hope in the darkness of massacre. "The usurpers will hunt for any surviving heir," she rasped. "We must take him far from here." By dawn, as Duke Valeric proclaimed himself regent of Erindor to a stunned court, Isolde and the infant prince had already passed through the Whispering Gate, a little used postern in the city's eastern wall, and disappeared into the mist-shrouded forest beyond. 6 years passed, like leaves carried on a swift river. Beyond the Emerald Vale, the magical boundary that separated the cultivated lands of Erindor from the wild territories, Isolde and Rowan found refuge in places untouched by the ambitions of men. The former captain's knowledge of warfare became lessons for survival. Her royal guardianship transformed into something more primal, more desperate. They made their home in the hollow trunk of an ancient silverwood tree, its luminous bark providing light in the darkest nights. Nearby, a clear spring bubbled up from stones carved with symbols older than human memory. It was here, in this sanctuary, that Isolde first encountered the Varashi, shapeshifters who wore the forms of wolves when running beneath the moon, and the shapes of men when trading with the scattered settlements of the borderlands. Your scent carries royal blood, their leader, Kiravar, had told her, his amber eyes reflecting the campfire between them. Yet you hide from those who should kneel before your charge. Curious. Those who should kneel are the ones who would cut his throat, Isolde replied, one hand always near the hilt of her sword. We seek sanctuary, not subjects. An uneasy alliance formed. The Virashi had their own reasons to despise the new powers in Erendor. The regent's men had begun hunting them for their pelts, claiming the shapeshifters' existence was an affront to natural law. In exchange for Isolde's combat training, the Virashi taught young Rowan their ways, how to move silently through the forest, how to read the language of birds and beasts, how to become as invisible as wind through leaves. Rowan grew strong despite their harsh circumstances. His eyes, the legendary emerald green of Erendor's royal line, sparkled with curiosity and determination beyond his years. Sometimes, watching him notch an arrow to his small bow or recite the history she had taught him, Isolde caught glimpses of his father in the set of his jaw, the thoughtful furrow of his brow. "And tell me again about the palace," he would ask as they sat beside their small fire, the night pressing close around their woodland home. "Tell me about my parents." And Isolde would speak of grand halls and ancient traditions, of King Alaric's wisdom and Queen Elora's compassion, but never of the blood, never of the bodies lying cold on marble floors. That knowledge would come later, when innocence could no longer be preserved. On the night of Rowan's 6th year, as a rare lunar eclipse stained the moon, the color of old wounds, everything changed. Isolde woke to the boy's cry of pain. He sat clutching his right wrist, tears streaming down his face. "It burns, Isolde. Make it stop." Beneath her touch, the skin of his wrist glowed with an internal light. As she watched, transfixed, lines appeared like molten silver beneath his skin, flowing and resolving into a pattern she had seen before, on royal seals, on ancient tapestries, on the king's own signet ring. The mark of Erendor, a constellation of 7 stars arranged around a central crown. "The blood awakens," came a voice from the shadows. Kiravar stepped into the circle of firelight, his expression grave. "Earlier than expected. You knew this would happen," Isolde demanded, cradling Rowan's trembling form against her. "We suspected. There are tales among our kind, passed down through generations, tales of what truly lies beneath the throne of Erendor." The shapeshifter's eyes reflected the firelight like twin flames. "It is time you learned the truth, Guardian. About what you truly guard." That night, as Rowan finally slept, exhausted from pain, Kiravar led Isolde deep into the heart of the ancient forest, to a pool of water so still it mirrored the eclipsed moon perfectly. Here, he spoke of things long forgotten by human histories, of a time before the kingdom of Erendor, when something vast and terrible rose from the depths of the earth, consuming all in its path. Uday, the first king of Erendor, was not a king at all, but a sorcerer, Kirova told her, his voice barely above a whisper. He bound the entity beneath what would become the royal palace, using his own blood as the final seal. That blood, passed down through generations, maintains the binding. Each heir strengthens it anew upon taking the throne. Without an heir of the royal line to renew the seal, he left the sentence unfinished, but its meaning hung in the air between them. The mark appearing means the seal weakens, Isolde realized, cold dread settling in her stomach. Without Rowan, this entity could break free. Already, strange occurrences plagued the kingdom, unnatural storms, livestock born deformed, dreams that drive men to madness. The regent may sit upon the throne, but without royal blood, he cannot maintain what he does not understand. The decision that had seemed so clear 6 years ago, to hide, to protect, to wait, suddenly became clouded with new implications. To return to Erendor would mean placing Rowan in the path of those who had slaughtered his family. To remain in hiding might doom thousands to a fate worse than death. 3 days later, assassins found them. The Brotherhood of the Hidden Crown, with their distinctive black daggers and eyes tattooed on their palms. Isolde had been expecting them sooner or later. Duke Valeric was not a man to leave loose ends untied. The attack came at dawn, 3 of them, moving like shadows through the trees. Isolde met the first with her sword, muscle memory from years of training guiding her blade through his defense. The second fell to Kirovar's claws, the shapeshifter's form blurring between man and beast in the heat of combat. The third reached Rowan. Time seemed to slow as Isolde turned, her body moving too slowly, her warning cry trapped in her throat. The assassin's blade descended toward the boy's heart and stopped. Rowan's eyes blazed with the same unearthly light that had marked his wrist. The assassin hung suspended in midair, his body contorted in agony, mouth open in a silent scream. Before Isolde's disbelieving eyes, the man's skin began to crack like dried clay, light pouring from the fissures. Then, with a sound like breaking glass, he shattered into dust. Rowan collapsed, unconscious but unharmed. "The blood awakens," Kirovar repeated, his voice heavy with ancient knowledge. The entity stirs beneath the palace, and its power bleeds through the weakening seal. The boy channels what leaks through, though he cannot control it. That night, as they prepared to break camp and move deeper into the wilderness, Isolde made her decision. She looked at the sleeping child, this boy she had raised as her own, this last heir to a throne built atop a prison for something unspeakable. "Oh, we must return to Erendor," she told Kirovar, her voice steady despite the fear coiling in her chest. "Not to claim the throne, not yet, but to learn more about this binding. There must be records, ancient texts in the royal library. We need to understand what we face. The regent's men will be hunting for you at every gate, on every road." Isolde's hand went to the hilt of her sword, worn smooth by years of use. "Then we shall not use gates or roads. Your people know hidden paths, the old tunnels beneath the city, the ways that even the royal guards never learned of. And once inside, what then, Guardian?" She looked down at Rowan, at the mark now permanently etched upon his skin, a mark of both power and terrible responsibility. "Then we do what guardians have always done," she replied. "We protect what must be protected, even from itself. We learn the truth of what lies beneath the throne, and we decide whether a crown is worth the price that comes with it." In the distance, thunder rolled across the night sky, though no clouds obscured the stars. Somewhere, beneath ancient stones laid by forgotten hands, something stirred in its long imprisonment, waiting, sensing the blood that bound it growing closer once more. And in a forest glade, lit by the light of a waning moon, a fallen royal guard and the last heir of Erendor prepared to face a destiny more complex and dangerous than either could fully comprehend. The true battle for the kingdom's soul was only beginning. Story 3. The impossible constellation appeared in the sky above the mist-veiled mountains, like a wound in the fabric of night itself. 7 stars arranged in a pattern that no astronomer of Moria had ever recorded, gleaming with an unnatural violet light that pulsed in perfect unison. Thalion Valaris observed it from the crumbling balcony of his mountain sanctuary, his weathered hands gripping the ancient stone as if to steady not just his body, but his racing thoughts. "The serpent's crown," he whispered, his breath forming ghostly tendrils in the frigid air. It begins. 5 years of exile had changed the once celebrated magus of the arcane academy of Celestia. His raven hair was now streaked with silver, his sharp features hardened by solitude and bitter winds. The fine robes of celestial silk had been replaced by rough-spun wool and leather reinforced with protective runes. But his eyes, those remained the same piercing amber that had once intimidated even the most accomplished of his fellow mages. Thalion turned away from the balcony and strode into his sanctuary, a natural cavern transformed into a refuge of magical study. Crystals embedded in the walls glowed with soft blue light, illuminating shelves of preserved specimens, bubbling alembics, and tomes salvaged from his hasty departure from Celestia. He moved with purpose toward a particular shelf, where a hollowed dragon's vertebra served as a reliquary for a single book bound in midnight blue leather. The Astral Codex, not the original, which remained locked in the forbidden vault beneath the academy, but Thalion's painstaking recreation from memory. His fingers traced the silver constellations embossed on its cover before opening it to a page he had hoped never to reference. The illustration matched exactly what now shone in the sky outside, the serpent's crown, first harbinger of the stellar convergence. 12 days, he murmured, scanning the dense script beside the image. 12 days until the convergence completes. A sound like tearing silk split the night air, followed by a distant, inhuman shriek that echoed through the mountains. Thalion's head snapped up. Already, the boundaries weakened. Already, things were crossing through. He had no choice. After 5 years of exile, of being branded a heretic and practitioner of forbidden arts, Thalion Valaris would have to return to the very place that had cast him out. Because only he recognized the signs for what they truly were, not omens of divine favor, as the common folk might believe, but warnings of catastrophic arcane manipulation, and he knew exactly who was responsible. The spires of Celestia rose like crystalline dreams against the amber sky of early evening, their enchanted surfaces capturing and refracting the fading sunlight into dazzling prismatic displays. From a distance, the city appeared as it always had, a jewel of magical achievement, home to the most prestigious arcane academy in all the 7 realms of Moria. But as Thalion approached, hooded and cloaked, other changes became apparent. Armored guards patrolled the previously open gates. Citizens hurried through the streets with downcast eyes, and most telling of all, the absence of spontaneous magical demonstrations that had once filled the Plaza of Wonders with multicolored lights and delighted laughter. Celestia had grown afraid of its own magic. Thalion slipped through the umbral gate, a lesser entrance known mainly to servants and suppliers, using a subtle charm to divert the guards' attention. The familiar streets felt foreign now, constricted by an atmosphere of tension. "They say another disappeared last night," came a whisper from a nearby alleyway. "A child this time, makes 17 this month." "Hush! The vigilance will hear you," replied another voice, trembling with fear. Thalion pressed himself against a wall as a patrol of black-robed figures marched past. The vigilance, enforcers he did not recognize from his time in the city. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural violet light that matched the new constellation overhead. He needed information, and there was only one person in Celestia he might still trust. If she lived, if she remained. The cracked crucible sat on the edge of the Academy district, a tavern where students and masters alike had once gathered to debate magical theory over steaming mugs of spiced Arcan wine. Thalion found it nearly empty now, save for a few hooded patrons and a familiar figure wiping down the scarred wooden bar. "Still watering down the good stuff, Morgrim?" Thalion asked quietly as he took a seat in the darkest corner. The barkeep's head snapped up, his four eyes, a testament to his quarter-troll heritage, widening in recognition. "By the void!" Morgrim hissed, abandoning his rag to lumber over. "You've either grown very brave or very foolish, valorous." "Perhaps both," Thalion conceded. "I need to find Elira." Morgrim's leathery face creased with concern. "The apprentice. As she's risen high since you left, junior arcanist now, with her own laboratory in the North Tower, one of Calderius's favorites." "Calderius?" Thalion's voice hardened at the name. "I take it our esteemed Archmagus still enjoys the city's adoration." "More than ever since the plague ended. They're calling him the savior of Celestia." Morgrim leaned closer, his voice dropping further. "But things have changed, Thalion. The Academy isn't what it was. These disappearances, the new constellations, the creatures in the night, and the vigilance watching everything, reporting to Calderius directly. I need to speak with Elira. Today." Morgrim hesitated, then nodded. "I can get a message to her. But be careful. The girl you knew has changed too." The hanging gardens of Celestia were a marvel of magical engineering, floating terraces of exotic plants suspended between the Academy's 9 towers by nothing but enchanted moonlight. Once teeming with students and scholars, they now stood nearly empty, making the slender figure in apprentice blue easy to spot. Elira Navaris had indeed changed. The eager, bright-eyed girl Thalion remembered had matured into a composed young woman, her movements precise, her gaze calculating. The silver circlet of a junior arcanist gleamed against her dark hair. "I wasn't certain I should come," she said by way of greeting, not turning as Thalion approached from behind. "Consorting with the Academy's most notorious exile could damage my prospects." "Yet here you are," Thalion replied, moving to stand beside her at the garden's edge. From this height, all of Celestia spread before them, beautiful and oblivious to the danger gathering above. Curiosity was always my weakness. Finally, she turned to face him, her expression unreadable. "Why have you returned, Master Valaris?" "Your presence here violates the terms of your exile. The penalty is death." "Yes, I'm aware." Thalion's gaze lifted to the darkening sky, where the serpent's crown now glowed visibly despite the lingering daylight. "But I suspect we all face death if I had stayed away." He saw recognition flicker in her eyes as she followed his gaze. "The new constellation. Master Calderius says it heralds a new age of magical abundance." "He's lying." Thalion's voice was flat. "Or perhaps he's lying to himself. That constellation is the first sign of the stellar convergence, a rare alignment that thins the boundaries between our world and realms we were never meant to touch." Elira's composure faltered. How could you possibly know?" "Because I helped him translate the texts that describe it." Thalion's amber eyes bore into hers. The Astral Codex wasn't just a theoretical work. Elira. It was a warning, written by the last mages who survived the previous convergence 1,000 years ago. Doubt crept across her features, but Thalion recognized something else. Fear, already present, now finding confirmation. "The disappearances," she whispered. The strange behaviors, the vigilance with their violet eyes. "Preparations," Thalion confirmed grimly. "Calderius isn't just observing the convergence. He's actively accelerating it. Each missing person, each sacrifice, weakens the boundaries further." "To what end?" "Apotheosis. The convergence channels power from beyond our reality. Power a prepared vessel could absorb to transcend mortality, to become a god." Thalion's voice tightened. That's what he accused me of seeking, when in truth I argued against even researching the possibility." Elira turned away, conflict evident in every line of her body. These are serious accusations against the man who saved our city from the plague. I need proof, Thalion. Something more than theories and ancient warnings. Then help me obtain it, he urged. The final ritual will occur beneath the Academy, in the Vault of Stars. We have 12 days before the Serpent's crown aligns with the Devourer's maw and the convergence completes. We? Her eyebrow arched. I haven't agreed to anything. You came to meet a condemned man in secret, Thalion observed quietly. You've already chosen a side, whether you acknowledge it or not. A sudden commotion from the lower gardens interrupted them, shouts and the unmistakable hum of combat magic being unleashed. I'm the Vigilance, Elira hissed. Someone must have recognized you. Thalion cursed. I need to go. Meet me tomorrow at moonrise at the Whispering Archive if you wish to learn more. If not, he shrugged, enjoy the end of the world. With a gesture and word of power, he dissolved into mist, leaving Elira alone as armored figures poured into the garden. The creature that called itself Grimoire lounged in the shadows of the Whispering Archive, idly sharpening a curved dagger against a whetstone that smelled faintly of brimstone. His appearance, tall and broadly built, with ash-grey skin and small horns protruding from his temples, cleared a wide space around him in the otherwise crowded underground market. Thalion Valoris, he rumbled, not looking up from his blade. And I was wondering when you'd make an appearance. Thalion stepped into the alcove, maintaining a cautious distance from the half-demon. You were expecting me. Caldarius has had a bounty on your head for 5 years, Grimoire replied with a fanged smile. But it doubled yesterday. That suggests you've become more interesting recently. And yet you haven't tried to collect. Grimoire's solid black eyes finally lifted to meet Thalion's. But professional courtesy. Besides, I'm curious why the most powerful magus in Celestia seems so concerned about a disgraced former colleague. Concerned enough to employ a hunter of your particular talents. Former employer, Grimoire corrected, his expression darkening. Our contract ended rather abruptly when I discovered certain terms had been misrepresented. Thalion sensed an opening. And let me guess, he bound you to a service beyond what was originally agreed upon. The half-demon's silence was confirmation enough. I need access to the Vault of Stars, Thalion said, changing tactics. And I need someone who can navigate Academy security without triggering magical wards. You're planning to steal from Caldarius. Grimoire chuckled, a sound like distant thunder. Ambitious. I'm planning to stop him from sacrificing half the city to turn himself into a god. The laughter stopped. Grimoire's black eyes narrowed. Explain. As Thalion outlined what he knew of the Convergence and Caldarius's plans, a third figure slipped into their alcove, Elira, her apprentice robes exchanged for nondescript grey. The Northern Laboratory, she said without preamble. And I found something. What they discovered in Caldarius's private laboratory confirmed Thalion's worst fears. Diagrams of the progressing stellar alignment covered one wall, while another displayed a map of Celestia with 17 points marked in blood-red ink, the locations of the disappearances, forming a ritual circle with the Academy at its center. Most damning of all was the modified Astral Codex open on Caldarius's desk, its margins filled with the Archmagus's spidery handwriting, calculating the power that could be channeled, the souls required to open the way. He intends to sacrifice thousands, Thalion said grimly. Not just the 17 already taken. The final ritual will drain the life force from everyone within the circle. Elira's face had gone pale. The convergence is in 10 days. The Academy is hosting a grand ceremony to celebrate Caldarius's defeat of the plague. Everyone in Celestia will attend. Perfect timing, Grimorn growled. A city gathered to witness its own slaughter. The door to the laboratory burst open. Calderius himself stood framed in the doorway, his elaborate robes of office shimmering with protective enchantments, his eyes already beginning to glow with the same violet light as the constellation above. "Thalion," he said, his voice eerily calm, "I wondered when you would return, always so predictable in your self-righteousness." What followed was chaos. Spells crackled through the air as Master confronted former student. Grimorn moved with supernatural speed, his enchanted blades seeking gaps in the Archmagus's defenses. Elira worked frantically to disrupt the laboratory's defensive wards, preventing reinforcements from responding. In the end, it was not enough. Calderius had prepared too thoroughly, had already absorbed too much power from his previous sacrifices. As a blast of violet energy sent Thalion crashing through a wall, the Archmagus seized Elira by the throat. "Such disappointment," he hissed, eyes pulsing with otherworldly light. "My most promising student, corrupted by a heretic's lies." "Not lies," she gasped, struggling against his grip. "And I've seen your notes. You're sacrificing innocence. For the greater good," Calderius insisted, "one sacrifice to end all suffering. When I ascend, I will remake Moria without pain, without plague, without the chaotic freedom that leads mortals to harm one another. Without choice," Thalion said, pulling himself from the rubble, blood streaming from a gash across his forehead. "Without humanity. A small price for paradise." The Archmagus's face twisted into something no longer entirely human. "One you're too short-sighted to appreciate, my old friend." The laboratory suddenly trembled as something massive moved beneath the academy, a response to Calderius's heightened emotional state. "You've already begun the final preparations," Thalion realized with horror. "The alignment is still days away. I've improved upon the ancient formulas," Calderius smiled, "as I improve upon all things." In that moment of prideful distraction, Grimorn struck from behind, his enchanted blade sinking deep into the Archmagus's shoulder. Calderius roared with pain and rage, releasing Elira as his body erupted with defensive magic that sent all three of his attackers hurtling backward. "Delay me if you must," he snarled, backing toward a hidden door that had opened in the laboratory wall. "It changes nothing. The convergence comes, with or without your cooperation." As he disappeared through the doorway, the laboratory began to collapse, stone and wood twisting as if reality itself was unraveling. Thalion threw up a hasty shield of protective energy around the three of them as the ceiling came down. The final confrontation took place in the Vault of Stars, a domed chamber beneath the Academy where the boundaries between worlds had already grown so thin that glimpses of other realms flickered like heat mirages in the air. Calderius stood at the center of an intricate ritual circle, his arms raised toward a tier in reality that widened with each incantation. Above, visible through the magically transparent dome, the serpent's crown aligned with the newly appeared constellation of the Devourer's Maw, forming a celestial pathway down which something vast and incomprehensible was already beginning to descend. Thalion, Elira, and Grimorn fought their way through vigilance whose humanity had been almost entirely consumed by the violet light that now blazed from every orifice. The city above was in chaos as citizens found themselves unable to flee, their life energy already being drawn upward in tendrils of golden light. "You're too late," Calderius called as they finally broke through to the central chamber. His body was changing, elongating, his skin cracking to reveal light rather than blood beneath. "The convergence is here. My ascension begins." "Not alone, you don't," Thalion replied. In his hands, he held the true astral codex, not his recreation, but the original recovered from its hidden place in the Academy archives. You misinterpreted the text, old friend. The vessel must be willing, but it need not be singular. Understanding dawned in Caldarius's increasingly inhuman face. No, but Thalion had already begun the counter-ritual, with Elira reading the ancient words in perfect synchronization. Their voices rose in harmony, creating a resonance that caused the tear in reality to stabilize rather than widen. The power must go somewhere, Thalion explained, his body beginning to glow with the same light as Caldarius's. So we will share it, and in sharing, dilute it enough to remain ourselves. I refuse, Caldarius howled, but it was too late. Grimorn, moving with preternatural speed, drove his enchanted blade into the floor at the exact center of the ritual circle, completing the circuit that linked all four of them into a single magical conduit. The power of the convergence descended, not in a focused beam upon Caldarius alone, but divided among the four figures in the chamber. It was still nearly unbearable. Reality itself seemed to bend and warp around them, time stretching and compressing in nauseating waves. When it ended, when the impossible constellations faded from the sky and the tear in reality sealed itself with a sound like the universe sighing, four changed beings stood in the chamber, not gods, but no longer entirely human either. "What have you done?" Caldarius whispered, staring at his hands, which still glowed faintly but were recognizably his own again. "Saved you from yourself," Thalion answered. "Saved us all." Above, dawn broke over a Celestia forever changed, a city whose people would awaken to find they had stood at the edge of oblivion and been pulled back by the narrowest of margins. And in the vault of stars, four new guardians contemplated the long vigilance that would be their shared burden and purpose in the centuries to come. For the convergence would return, as it always did, and next time they would be ready. Story 4. The silver spires of Altoria caught the dying light of day, their enchanted crystal facets transforming the sunset into a cascade of prismatic radiance that bathed the ancient citadel in unearthly splendor. Upon the highest tower of the eastern bastion, Princess Seraphina Luminaris stood motionless, her platinum armor reflecting the fading glory of dusk as she gazed across the crimson plains toward the jagged mountains that marked the border of her enemy's domain. 5 years had passed since the Battle of the Crimson Plains, where the soil had drunk deep of Altorian blood. 5 years since she had watched her father, King Elendor the Righteous, fall beneath the obsidian blade of warlord Dracarion. The memory was seared into her mind with painful clarity. The thunder of hooves, the clash of steel, the moment when Dracarion's midnight stallion had crashed through the royal guard to bring its master within striking distance of the king. Seraphina's gloved hand tightened around the hilt of Dawnsever, the ancestral blade of House Luminaris. By the sacred light of the silver moons, she had sworn an oath upon her father's pyre. Dracarion would answer for his crimes, and by her hand alone. "Your Highness." The voice of Castellan Thaddeus interrupted her vigil. "The Council of Elders awaits." She turned, the long white cloak of the Order of the Silver Falcon billowing around her like captured moonlight. "What news disturbs their slumber, Castellan? Has Dracarion's horde moved against our borders again?" "Worse, Your Highness." The aged Castellan's face was grave, deep lines etched by decades of service now furrowed with fresh concern. The barrier weakens. A chill that had nothing to do with the evening air swept through Seraphina. The barrier, the ancient magical shield erected by the first Mage King of Altoria to protect the realm from what lay beyond the veiled territories. For 1,000 years, it had stood unbreached, its iridescent dome visible only during the rare convergence of the silver moons. The council chamber hummed with tension when Seraphina entered. 12 elders in robes of midnight blue rose from their seats around the circular table of luminescent whitewood, at the center of which hovered a pulsating orb of silver light, the Heartstone, through which the condition of the barrier could be monitored. Seraphina needed no explanation for the alarm. The Heartstone, normally a perfect sphere of unwavering radiance, now flickered erratically, its surface marred by spreading cracks of absolute darkness. "How long?" she asked, her voice cutting through the murmured discussions. Archmage Lysandra stepped forward, her ancient hands passing over the Heartstone without touching it. "The winter solstice approaches, Your Highness. When the moons align at midnight 3 days hence, the barrier will fail. Already, the weakening allows impressions to seep through." As if summoned by her words, a distant keening sound echoed through the chamber, neither human nor animal, but something altogether alien that raised the hairs on the back of Seraphina's neck. "The abyss lurkers," whispered Elder Corwin, the oldest among them. "They sense the coming breach." "What options do we have?" Seraphina demanded, her mind already racing through military strategies, evacuation plans, defensive positions. "There is but one," said Lysandra, her milky eyes turning toward the princess with uncanny precision despite her blindness. "The barrier can be reinforced, but it requires a specific catalyst, the Shadow Flame Blade." The chamber fell silent. Everyone knew the legend of the cursed weapon that could cut through the veil between worlds, forged from metal, not of Moria, but of the spaces between stars. "A blade wielded by only one living soul," Seraphina said flatly. "Drakarian." The name hung in the air like a curse or a challenge. Lysandra nodded slowly. "The blade alone is not enough. It must be wielded by one who knows its secrets, who has bonded with its essence." The Archmage's voice was heavy with the weight of inevitability. "You must seek the alliance of your greatest enemy, Princess, or watch as the lurkers devour our world." Dawn found Seraphina riding eastward, accompanied by a small company of her most trusted silver falcons. The diplomatic banner they carried, white with the silver tree of Altoria, seemed a poor shield against the reputation of the warlord they sought. Behind them, the keening of the lurkers grew more frequent, more desperate, as if they sensed the coming opportunity. They crossed the crimson plains under a sky that seemed too still, too watchful. No birds sang, no wind stirred the blood-red grasses that had given the plains their name long before the battle that confirmed the omen. At the foothills of the Frostfang Mountains, they encountered the first of Drakarian's sentinels, riders clad in armor as black as midnight, mounted on wolves the size of war horses. "State your purpose, Altorian," growled their leader, yellow eyes gleaming from beneath a horned helm. "Princess Seraphina Luminaris seeks audience with Warlord Drakarian on a matter that threatens all of Moria," her herald announced. "We come under the banner of truce." The Wolf Rider's laugh was harsh as winter. "Truce, when your silver falcons have hunted our scouts these 5 years, when your bounty on our lord's head would buy a king's ransom." Nevertheless, he gestured for them to follow. "Come. Lord Drakarian will find your desperation." Amusing. The stronghold of Blackcrag rose before them as day surrendered to dusk, a fortress carved directly from the living mountain, its towers and battlements seeming to grow organically from the ancient stone. Unlike the elegant spires of Altoria, Blackcrag was all hard angles and brutal practicality, designed not to inspire awe, but to withstand siege. Runes of power glowed along its walls, with a cold blue light, pulsing in rhythm like the heartbeat of some great beast. They were led through halls lit by crystalline orbs of foxfire, past chambers where armorsmiths worked metals unknown to Altorian crafters, where beastmasters tended to creatures that defied classification. Everywhere, warriors of Dracarion's horde paused in their duties to watch the passage of their sworn enemies, faces impassive but eyes burning with barely contained hostility. The throne room was not what Seraphina had expected. No ostentatious display of stolen treasures, no grim trophies of conquest. Instead, a vast chamber whose domed ceiling was an exact replica of the night sky, constellations shifting slowly in patterns that matched no season known to Altorian astronomers. At its center, a simple dais of black stone, upon which sat not a throne, but a carved chair of ancient oak, and upon it Dracarion. He rose as she entered, a gesture of respect she had not anticipated. Taller than any man had right to be, his broad frame encased in armor that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the chamber's light. The fearsome horned helm she remembered from the battlefield was absent, revealing a face that startled her with its youth and symmetry, sharp-featured and severe, but not the monstrous visage painted by Altorian propaganda. A single scar ran from left temple to jawline, bisecting an eye that glowed with the same blue energy as the fortress runes. "Princess Seraphina," he said, his voice a resonant bass that filled the chamber without effort, "you stand before me not in triumph, but in supplication. How the silver falcon has fallen." Anger flared within her, hot and familiar. Her hand moved instinctively to Dawnzever's hilt. "I come neither in triumph nor supplication, warlord, but in recognition of a threat greater than our enmity." She stepped forward, refusing to be cowed. "The barrier weakens. In 3 days, at the solstice, it will fail entirely." Something flashed across Dracarion's face. Not surprise, but confirmation of a feared suspicion. "The lurkers," he said, and it was not a question. You know of them. Better than most." He descended from the dais, moving with a fluid grace that belied his size. "But my ancestors were not kings and mages, princess, but guardians, sworn to watch the spaces between worlds for threats your kind preferred to ignore." He gestured, and the starscape above them shifted, constellations realigning to reveal a pattern Seraphina recognized from the most ancient texts in the Altorian archives, the original configuration of the barrier, before the first Mage King had claimed sole credit for its creation. "Not your Archmage sent you for the Shadow Flame," Dracarion continued, studying her reaction. "Did she tell you its true purpose, why it hungers for the essence of the lurkers, why only one of my bloodline can wield it?" She said it was the catalyst needed to reinforce the barrier. "A partial truth." He turned away, moving toward an alcove hidden in shadow. The blade was forged from the substance of the lurkers themselves, bound with the lifeblood of my ancestor who first discovered a way to harm them. It does not merely reinforce the barrier, it feeds upon the essence of what it kills, strengthening the walls between worlds. With each lurker, it returns to the void. From the alcove, he withdrew a weapon that seemed to bend light around itself. A sword of impossible design, its blade rippling like liquid shadow caught in the moment of falling. "For this reason, Princess, your father sought to claim it 5 years ago, not to defend Altoria, but to remove the one check against his ambition to harness the power of the lurkers themselves." Seraphina's world tilted. "You lie. My father was a just king, beloved by his people. Your father was deceived." Dracarion's voice softened, an unexpected gentleness entering his tone. "As were you. As were we all." He approached a circular pool in the chamber's floor, its surface mirror still despite having no visible containment. With a gesture, images formed in its depths, meetings in shadow, scrolls exchanged, a figure always present at the king's side, yet somehow forgettable, unremarkable. "Melius," Seraphina whispered, recognizing her father's trusted advisor. "What is this sorcery?" truth, Princess." "Painful as it may be." Dracarion stood beside her now, close enough that she could feel the ancient power emanating from the shadow flame blade. "Mylius serves the lurkers, has for generations, though the face and name change. Always at the right hand of Altoria's ruler, always whispering, guiding policy toward the moment when the barrier might be allowed to fall. And now he serves as my chief counselor," Seraphina realized, cold dread settling in her stomach. Indeed. The Battle of the Crimson Plains was never meant to be won by either side, only to eliminate both threats to his master's plans. Your father and myself. He succeeded with one. The keening of the lurkers reached them even here in the heart of Black Crag, more insistent now, hungry. Outside, the first of the silver moons rose above the horizon, its light casting long shadows through the fortress windows. 3 days until the solstice, Seraphina said, decision crystallizing within her. What must we do? Dracarion extended the hilt of the shadow flame blade toward her, not surrendering it, but offering partnership. We hunt, Princess. We hunt the true enemy. Their fingers touched as she reached for the weapon, and in that moment of contact, understanding passed between them of duty and sacrifice, of manipulation and betrayal, of a shared purpose that transcended 5 years of manufactured hatred. "For Moria," she said, "the oath simple but binding. For all worlds," he answered, completing the ancient pledge of the Guardians. And as the second moon began its ascent, casting twin shadows across the chamber floor, an unlikely alliance was formed against the darkness that pressed against the thinning walls of reality. A princess who had sworn vengeance and a warlord who had borne its burden, united now against the true architect of their enmity and the horrors he served. Story 5. Blood trickled down ancient stone, seeping into forgotten runes carved eons ago by hands no longer of this world. Deep within the echoing caverns of Moria's Shadow Valley, where the luminescent crystals of Lumiaria had slumbered for millennia, the droplets found their path to the center of a circular chamber. Here, they pooled upon a disk of obsidian emblazoned with a 7-pointed star, the seal of Azurath. The whispers came first, voices like dry leaves rustling against stone, speaking in tongues unheard since the age of twilight. Then, a tremor that shook the very foundations of the mountain, sending cascades of dust and small stones from the cavern ceiling. Far below, something ancient stirred from slumber. In the village of Elmbrook, nestled at the foot of the Sentinel Mountains, Arendur Thistleborn woke with a strangled cry, his body drenched in cold sweat. The nightmare had returned, fire and shadow, colossal figures of stone and magma rising from beneath shattered earth, and always the voice calling his name in a language he shouldn't understand, but somehow did. Arendur. It whispered even now, as the last tendrils of sleep released him. Remember, dawn found him at his forge, hammer striking heated metal with practiced precision. The rhythmic clanging drove away the remnants of the dream, replacing ethereal terror with solid purpose. At 20 summers, Arendur had already earned a reputation as the finest blacksmith in 3 provinces, his blades sought by merchants who traveled the length of the Broken Lands. "Ah, you've been at it since before sunrise again," came a gruff voice from the workshop entrance. Master Torlak, Arendur's mentor and surrogate father, stood watching with arms crossed over his barrel chest. "The nightmares." Arendur nodded without pausing his work. "The same one. Worse this time." Torlak's weathered face creased with concern. "Perhaps it's time we spoke of—" He never finished the sentence. The warning bell at the village gate pealed a frantic alarm, its urgent clangor cutting through the morning quiet. Both men rushed outside to see black smoke rising from the eastern edge of Elmbrook. "Raiders?" Arandur asked, already reaching for the sword he'd forged for himself, a blade of unusual design with a strange blue sheen to the metal that no one, not even Torlak, could explain. But the old smith's face had gone ashen. "No," he whispered. "And worse, the Knights of Ash have come." On the village green, chaos reigned. Black-armored figures astride pale, emaciated steeds moved with mechanical precision, torching homes and cutting down any who resisted. Their helms concealed all but their eyes that glowed with an unearthly violet light. At their center rode a towering figure in ornate armor adorned with sigils that seemed to writhe across the metal surface. In one gauntleted hand, he held aloft a staff crowned with a cage of twisted metal, inside which pulsed an orb of darkness that devoured the light around it. "Seek the mark!" The leader's voice boomed, distorted and inhuman. "Find the last bearer of Azurath's blood!" Arandur felt the world tilt beneath him. The name from his dreams, spoken here in daylight. Before he could process this, a strong hand gripped his arm. Torlak pulled him toward the forge's back door with surprising strength. "You must leave now," the old smith hissed. "Take the mountain path. Don't stop until you reach the whispering glade." "What? I can't leave you to—" "Listen to me." Torlak's eyes blazed with an intensity Arandur had never seen. "I've prepared for this day since I found you as a babe. You are not who you believe yourself to be, Arandur. The mark upon your shoulder, the seven-pointed star you've hidden all your life, it is the mark of Azurath, the bloodline of the ancient guardians." Questions exploded in Arandur's mind, but Torlak pressed a leather-wrapped bundle into his hands. "There's no time in the whispering glade. Seek the elven warrior Lyria. Show her this token. She will guide you from there." "Master Torlak!" A Knight of Ash had spotted them. With impossible speed, he urged his cadaverous mount toward the forge. "Go!" Torlak shoved Arandur toward the back door, then turned to face the approaching knight, pulling a hammer from his belt. "I'll hold them as long as I can." Instinct took over. Arandur ran, the bundle clutched to his chest, his mentor's words echoing in his mind. Behind him, the sounds of battle faded as he plunged into the forest that climbed the mountain's lower slopes. He did not look back, even when a column of violet flame erupted from where the forge had stood. He ran until his lungs burned and his legs threatened to buckle, following the narrow path that wound higher into the Sentinel Mountains. When he could run no more, he collapsed beside a mountain stream, gasping for breath. Only then did he examine the bundle Torlak had given him. Inside the leather wrapping lay an amulet of silver and blue crystal, crafted in the shape of a seven-pointed star that matched the birthmark on his shoulder. As his fingers closed around it, knowledge flooded his mind. Not memories, but something deeper, more primal. The bloodline of Azurath, the guardians of the seals, the primordial titans bound beneath the earth in ages past. So, the smith kept his word after all. Arandur spun, sword half-drawn, to face the voice. A figure emerged from between the ancient pines, tall and lithe, with angular features and eyes the color of molten silver. Her hair, white as fresh snow, was braided with small blue crystals that matched those in his amulet. A bow of pale wood was slung across her back, and at her hip hung a curved blade that gleamed with an inner light. "Odlyria," he said, the name coming to his lips unbidden. The elf's silver eyes widened slightly. "You know me. Torlak said to find you in the Whispering Glade. I don't know why I know your name. Because your blood remembers, even if your mind does not." She approached cautiously, studying him with ancient eyes. "I served your ancestor, Arandur." I was sworn to Azurath himself, the first of the Guardians, in the days when the Titans were bound and the seals were forged. That's impossible. That was thousands of years ago. A smile ghosted across her lips. The elves of the Silverleaf Enclave measure time differently than the short-lived races. To me, it was but a moment in the long song of existence. Her expression sobered. "Show me the mark!" Hesitantly, Arandur pulled aside the collar of his tunic, revealing the birthmark on his shoulder. 7 points arranged in a perfect star, the color of burnished copper against his skin. "The last of the bloodline," Lyria murmured. "We feared the line had been broken when the Ashen Emperor's purge began, but Torlak hid you well." Torlak knew. All this time. Betrayal stung sharp and sudden. "And he raised me as a blacksmith when I was, what, some lost prince? Not a prince. Something far more important." Lyria's gaze lifted to the peaks above them. A guardian, the last who can reinforce the seals before the necromancer Lord Morventus completes his ritual and awakens the primordial titans. The dream flashed in Arandur's mind. Massive figures of stone and magma rising from shattered earth. Not a dream, he realized. A vision, a warning. "What happened in the caverns?" he asked. "I felt something change." "Last night." Lyria's expression tightened. "Blood sacrifice. The first stage of Morventus's ritual. He seeks to break the 7 seals that bind the Titans beneath Moria. 5 are already weakened beyond recovery. Only 2 remain strong enough to maintain the binding, the seal of Azurath in the Shadow Valley and the seal of Solaris in the Crystal Spire. And what am I supposed to do? I'm a blacksmith, not a mage or warrior. You are both, though you do not yet remember." Lyria gestured to the sword at his hip. "That blade, you crafted it yourself, did you not? Guided by instinct rather than training." "The blue sheen of the metal that puzzled even your master." Arandur nodded slowly. "Azurathian steel. Only those of the bloodline can work it, for it responds to the magic in your veins. Your dreams, your instincts, they are the memories of your ancestors stirring, preparing you for what must come." A distant roar echoed down from the heights. Not an animal, but something vast and furious, straining against ancient bonds. "We have no more time for explanations," Lyria said, suddenly alert. "The Knights of Ash will have picked up our trail by now. We must reach the Crystal Spire and retrieve the Sword of Solaris before they capture us, or Morventus completes the ritual." "What is this sword? Why is it so important?" "It is the counterpart to the power in your blood, forged from the heart of a dying sun by Solaris himself, Azurath's twin brother. Together, they created the seals. Together, the sword and the blood, they can be reinforced. It is our only hope." The mountain path stretched before them, winding ever upward toward peaks shrouded in mist and legend. Arandur looked back once at the smoke rising from Elmbrook, at the life he had known dissolving into ash. Then he turned to face the unknown, the amulet warm against his chest, the weight of a destiny he had never imagined settling upon his shoulders. "How far to this Crystal Spire?" he asked. 3 days. Journey through the fractured lands, if we avoid the main roads and the night's patrols. Lyria's silver eyes met his, measuring. "The path will test you in ways you cannot imagine. The necromancer knows of your existence now. He will bend every power at his disposal to stop us. Then we'd better not waste time." Arandur adjusted the sword at his hip, feeling a strange familiarity with its weight. "Lead on, elf." "It seems I have a destiny to reclaim." As they ascended into the ancient pines that cloaked the mountainside, The wind carried whispers from the shadow valley far below, voices that spoke of awakening titans and broken seals, of blood magic and ancient vows. And beneath it all, the rumble of something massive shifting beneath the earth, stretching limbs of stone and magma that had been bound for millennia. The last guardian had begun his journey. But whether he would embrace the power that was his birthright in time to save Moria from the rising darkness remained written only in the stars that formed the constellation of Azurath, blazing defiantly against the gathering storm. Story 6. The twin moons of Moria hung like watchful eyes in the night sky, one bathed in golden light, the other in silver radiance. Their celestial dance had begun its final act. The millennial eclipse approached. In the ancient observatory atop Mount Seraphis, Master Astronomer Thelion tracked their convergence with trembling hands, his weathered face pale in the starlight. 3 fortnights, he whispered to the empty chamber. 3 fortnights until darkness consumes them both. As if in answer to his words, the sacred astrolabe at the center of the chamber shuddered. Its concentric rings, forged from the metals of both House Solaris and House Lunaris, began to rotate in opposing directions. Golden embers and silver mist emanated from the device, clashing where they met, creating momentary shadows that seemed to writhe with purpose against the observatory walls. Thelion backed away, his heart hammering against his ribs. In 50 years of watching the skies, he had never witnessed such an omen. The ancient prophecies spoke of this. When the twin moons aligned, the prison of Abysmael would weaken. But something else was happening. Something unforeseen. The shadows gathered substance, coalescing into a figure that was more absence than presence. Thelion reached for the alarm bell, but his hand passed through its rope as if through smoke. The last thing the Master Astronomer saw was a darkness deeper than night, spreading across the observatory floor toward him, hungrily consuming the light itself. Prince Orion of House Solaris woke with the dawn, as was his nature. Sunlight streamed through the eastern windows of his chambers, setting the golden threads in his bedchamber tapestries ablaze. He stretched, feeling the warmth of morning reinvigorate his limbs, then paused at the sight of a sealed scroll on his writing desk. The wax seal bore no mark, yet it radiated a peculiar heat. Breaking it open, Orion read the message within, his amber eyes widening with each word. 3 members of your house murdered. The eclipse approaches. Beware the shadow that walks between light. Seek the daughter of the moon at the Whispering Falls, when night equals day. The prince crumpled the parchment, his mind racing. Already rumors had reached him of strange disappearances. His cousin Helior found lifeless in his chambers 2 nights past, his body cold, yet his eyes open in terror. Lady Solène vanished from her garden walk. Young Lord Dairon discovered at dawn, his golden aura extinguished. Impossible, he muttered, pacing the length of his chamber. To seek a daughter of House Lunaris would be treason in the eyes of his father, King Radiant. For 10 centuries, since the Great Sundering, their houses had maintained a fragile peace through complete separation. The Treaty of Divided Light forbade contact between those of solar and lunar lineage. Yet as prince and heir, was it not his duty to protect his house? On the western face of Moria, where silver moonlight lingered longest in the valleys, Princess Selene of House Lunaris stood at her mother's deathbed. Queen Nocturna's skin had taken on the translucence of finest porcelain, her silver-blue veins visible beneath. My daughter," the queen's voice was barely a whisper, "beware the shadows that come not from light." "Save your strength, mother," Selene replied, her voice steady despite the tears that threatened to fall from her azure eyes. "The healers know nothing of this malady." The queen's hand clutched her daughter's with surprising strength. This is no natural death. Something hunts our bloodline. 3 of our house have fallen already. Celine's spine straightened. Assassins from House Solaris. The Queen's laugh turned to a ragged cough. Always so quick to blame the sunbearers. No, child. This comes from a deeper darkness, one that has waited 1,000 years. Her eyes, silver as the moon itself, fixed on Celine with sudden clarity. The eclipse approaches. You must go to the Whispering Falls at the equinox. Find the son of the sun. Only together can you... Queen Nocturna's words faded as her eyes glazed over. A shadow seemed to pass across her face, though no cloud obscured the moonlight streaming through the crystal windows. For an instant, Celine thought she saw something move within that shadow, something with purpose. When it passed, the Queen lay still, her last breath spent. Celine rose, silver tears tracking down her pale cheeks. Captain Umbra, she called, and her loyal guards stepped forward from the shadows of the chamber. Prepare my horse and a small escort. Tell no one of the Queen's passing until we are beyond the silver gates. My lady, Umbra hesitated. Where do we ride? Celine's gaze hardened like ice beneath moonlight. To the forbidden center lands. To the Whispering Falls. The Whispering Falls marked the exact boundary between the realms of Solaris and Lunaris. Neither golden sunlight nor silver moonlight held dominance here. Instead, a perpetual twilight shrouded the ancient waterfall that plunged from the heights of the divided peak into the bottomless azure lake. Orion arrived first, having slipped away from his royal guard with the help of his trusted friend, Blaze. He stood at the shore of the lake, watching the waterfall's endless cascade. Legend claimed the sound of the falls contained the whispers of the gods who had first bound Abysmael, the god of shadow, beneath the mountains of Moria. The snapping of a twig brought his hand to the hilt of his golden sword. From the western shadows emerged a slender figure clad in silver and blue, her hair as white as moonlight, her skin pale as dawn. Daughter of Lunaris, Orion acknowledged with a stiff bow. Son of Solaris, Celine returned, her posture equally rigid. For a moment, the heirs of the ancient houses simply regarded each other, taking the measure of an enemy known only through tales of hatred passed down through generations. You've had deaths in your house, Celine stated flatly. Orion nodded. 3. And you? 4 now, including my mother. Something flickered in Orion's amber eyes, not triumph, but genuine sympathy. I am sorry for your loss, Princess. Celine blinked, surprised by his sincerity. As am I for yours, Prince. A rumble from the waterfall interrupted them. The cascade parted like a curtain, revealing a hidden cave entrance. It seems we are expected, Orion murmured. Or led into a trap, Celine countered. Their eyes met again, centuries of distrust hanging between them, yet something else stirred too. Curiosity, perhaps, or recognition of a shared burden. I propose a truce, Orion offered, extending his hand, until we discover what threatens both our houses. Celine hesitated, then clasped his hand. Where their skin touched, a curious light bloomed. Neither the gold of Solaris nor the silver of Lunaris, but a perfect, harmonious platinum. Both gasped and pulled away. What sorcery is this? Orion demanded. Before Celine could answer, shadows detached from the surrounding twilight. They moved with purpose, encircling the heirs. Behind me! Orion drew his sword, its blade igniting with golden flame. Celine laughed despite the danger. I need no protection, son of the sun. Her hands traced arcane patterns in the air, leaving trails of silver light. Where these patterns touched the shadows, they hissed and recoiled. Back to back, the heirs of rival houses faced the encroaching darkness. Into the cave, Celine suggested, her voice cool and pragmatic. "We're exposed here." "Agreed," Orion replied, surprised at how naturally they fell into cooperation. Together, they backed toward the waterfall, fighting off shadow creatures that seemed to solidify with each passing moment. As they crossed the threshold into the hidden cave, the waterfall closed behind them, sealing them inside. Crystal formations lined the cave walls, illuminating the chamber with prismatic light. At the center stood an altar of ancient stone, upon which rested a book bound in leather that seemed to shift between black and white. "The Codex of Twilight," Celine breathed. "I thought it lost during the Great Sundering." Orion approached cautiously. "My father spoke of it, the original treaty between our houses." The book opened of its own accord as they neared, pages turning to reveal not the expected diplomatic text, but illustrations of two divine figures, one radiant as the sun, one luminous as the moon, together binding a writhing mass of darkness. "The twin deities," Celine whispered. "Solarius and Lunara." Beneath the illustration, words appeared in flowing script. "When shadow rises at eclipse tide, the sundered light must reunite. Two born of one, divided long, must forge again what hatred broke. For shadow thrives where light divides, and ancient chains need love to bind." As they read the words, the cave trembled. The crystals along the walls darkened, as if something were draining their light from within. "And I believe," Orion said slowly, "we have been deceived. Our houses were never meant to be enemies." Celine's eyes widened. "The Treaty of Divided Light. It wasn't to keep peace between our houses. It was to keep us apart," Orion finished. "To weaken the bonds that imprisoned Abysmael." The darkness in the crystals congealed, forming a figure of shadow with eyes like black holes. Its voice was the sound of light dying. "Clever children," it hissed. "After 1,000 years of nurturing your hatred, you discover the truth too late. The eclipse comes, my chains weaken, and I have eliminated enough of your bloodlines to ensure the binding cannot be renewed." The shadow lunged toward them, but where it touched the aura surrounding the heirs, it sizzled and recoiled. For in their moment of shared understanding, something had awakened within them. Memories not their own, power beyond mortal comprehension. Orion looked at Celine with new eyes, seeing not an enemy, but a counterpart, a completion. In her face, he recognized the divine features of Lunara, just as he felt the essence of Solarius stirring within his own blood. "We are their vessels," Selene whispered, the revelation blooming within her mind. "Born in this time of need, the twin deities reborn," Orion agreed, "to finish what they began." Their hands clasped again, gold and silver light spiraling around their joined fingers. The shadow creature shrieked, its form destabilizing. "This changes nothing," it howled. "Your houses remain divided." The ritual requires more than momentary alliance. It demands true union of sun and moon, a marriage of genuine love to seal my prison anew. Celine and Orion exchanged glances, centuries of enforced hatred weighing against the undeniable pull they felt toward each other, a connection that transcended their mortal enmity. "Then we shall rewrite the ending of this ancient tale," Orion declared. "Beginning with truth instead of deception," Celine added. Together they turned to face the shadow of Abysmael, their joined hands raised against the darkness. The coming days would bring challenges beyond imagining, convincing their houses of the true enemy, learning to harness their awakening divine powers, and perhaps hardest of all, transforming an alliance of necessity into a bond strong enough to imprison a god. But in this moment, As their combined light drove back the ancient shadows, one truth became clear. The heirs of rival houses were never truly rivals at all, but two halves of a greater whole, destined to unite what time and manipulation had divided. And somewhere beyond the veil of mortal sight, the spirits of the twin deities smiled upon their chosen vessels as the first step toward Moria's salvation was taken.